And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the spaceship. This is the annual late night Friday stream that I do every week, if it's not for weather or other factors. And tonight I'm going to be covering a couple of different topics regarding news and sharks and stuff like that, and some ET activity in the news. And here we go. I'm going to go over here, and then I'm going to pop up another window so people could see me. Well, people could see me, but we could look a little bit brighter. Alright, hello, everybody. So I hope all of you have had a great week. And also what I'm going to do, as I usually do in the beginning, I'm going to start the game and talk about the different topics that I talk about, and some of the things I've been doing this week, and some more of the updates about my day, and the other factors, such as we're going to be talking about the sharks, the ET activity, the news, steel, and the trial rant. Alright, so without further ado, I'm going to fire up the game portion of it. Alright, the game's right here. Alright, now the game is launching. Now the game is going through a process of launching. And yeah, today it was hot, warm, and also I went out there briefly after some of the, well, at the end of the day. Well, I went during the middle of the day, actually, for a little bit, and then I went back inside, and then I went back out in the evening to do some things with the cats and stuff like that. And I'm going to be reviewing more things about the great white shark, and there's some interesting alleged alien activity going on. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'll be switching the screens over to the game. In the game, it looks like it's working, right? Yeah, here we go. Here it is. And I play this while I talk about the different topics and things as people come through. And then later I will go and read some of the articles about the things I'm talking about. Alright. Cuba as usual. Okay. Okay, so here I am on the beach and going to see who's here. No, nobody. No, none of the friends are online. The ship is in good condition. Now I will go sail off. Alright. Okay, so today I was watching the different trials, and I was watching the Karen Reed one, and Bubbles the cat is coming by, interestingly. And shout out to Bubbles the cat over there. Oh, Stranded. It's hello, Stranded. Good to see you. And also, basically, what I was doing was I went out and so I was watching the Alec Baldwin hearing. That was really hilarious today. And YSL, I missed it by 45 minutes. It was a short day for them. But it was just more administrative work because they don't want Woody testifying anymore because it's not what they thought it was. Well, there's a lot of ships. And basically, hello, Stranded. Oh, Stranded, it was very hot where I am. It's hotter than your area, especially with the humidity that I have. I'm just a little bit more used to it. Okay, Primal. Thank you for telling me hello, and hope to see you in a little bit. Hope your day's been going well. All right. And it's been very hot here too, Stranded. On top of that, with the humidity, so it's a combination of things. With a combination of factors, and that make it, because when I was like in Kentucky one summer, I thought the weather was very cool. It was like it was hot, but it was very cool compared to down here. But I understand it's hot for y'all up there. You're not used to the type of heat. Yeah, if you don't have AC, that's not too good. I kind of. Oh yeah, because up there, maybe up. I thought that was only in Europe, but it looks like down there too. Yeah, I guess because down where you are, it doesn't get hot like it does here, so people didn't think about putting air conditionings in there. But yeah, I mean, if you're down here with no air conditioning, it's like really cringe. It's absolutely cringe down here. So basically, what happened was I, would see that stuff. Like during the hurricane, there was no power and it was hot one year, and yeah, it was very humid, very humid. So, but I understand straining it's hot for y'all. That sucks. Air conditioning is very important in hot times. Like down here, it'll be like 92 with 80% humidity. But I'll go out in the sun and just chill in the sun for a little bit and come back inside. But like working in the sun, that could be. I remember when I was digging the cat grave, it was like I thought my brain was gonna explode when I was working in it. But when I go out there for like 20 minutes or so, it's nice. And I come back in. Okay. So yeah, and I hope that Trent, you've been having a good day. And I know it's been hot. Been hot. Stranded, do you know what the temperature was today where you are? I'd be curious to know. Stranded saying it gets hot here every year plus humidity. We're in the upper 90s and we're hitting 100 anytime. I just don't have AC because my apartment building was built before AC was a thing. Okay. Yeah, like down the street, what they did was some of the houses was that they put in those window ACs for the houses down the street that didn't have air conditioning in them. Hello, Mary. Glad you're able to get on. So yeah, that's imagine back in the past before they had AC. It must have been cringe. Yeah, stranded. It's like that down here. Also, it seems similar to the weather down here. But stranded over in Europe, some of the people don't understand why we don't have AC. Well, why we have AC? Like some people didn't really get it because they think that we're soft for having AC on because in Europe at some places they don't have it, and I think that like because in Europe it gets hot in Europe, some places have AC and some don't. Yeah, stranded. That's really cringe. I wouldn't like that either. That's true, stranded. My uncle has AC in England. He's an exception, but a lot of people up there don't. Yeah, but America is extremely hot. It's hotter than other parts of, it's hotter than Europe, way hotter. Like it's crazy to think about, like people in Europe, they don't use AC, and it's like over, like now I'd say like during Hurricane Zeta, the power went out. A cold front came in October, but it didn't come in quick enough to block the hurricane. But it was very pleasant weather. It's very nice. That's probably like what it is in Europe on a regular basis. Like you would not need an AC. It was very pleasant, nice, crisp. It was perfect, right for Halloween. It was like October 31st was right when it came in. Hey, DeLeon Auto Detailing, my friend. Good to see you, bro. My friend from one of my friends from school. And he has a really cool channel, DeLeon Auto Detailing. It's about his channel. He does videos and shorts about his detailing. He does. Y'all go check him out. I knew him in first grade. And stranded, I knew DeLeon in first grade. Cool dude. Yeah, so basically what happened was today. Oh yeah, Stranded said something about Ohio. In Ohio, we don't have any laws that landlords have to provide AC. Oh, yeah, it's I could yeah that's cringe. They should have something where they should provide AC. And also, yeah, it's good to see you, DeLeon. Yeah, it's good to see you. So what I did today, I was at the Karen Reed trial, and they had some interesting witnesses. They had interesting witnesses yesterday, and these women that were very educated, that were these doctors, very brilliant women, and I learned some stuff from them. Because like from these, I learned so much from that stuff. Like, though it's like teaching a lesson, and I've learned about forensic analysis of technology, Nash and everybody else. I learned about how these people were like they'll have this app, DeLeon, and what they do is they go and like I say, a criminal. They'll get all the stuff off the computer and get the history and stuff like that, and they can monitor like say a search history of what somebody did. And they had the doctor, and she was talking about the brain and like the ruptures in the brain. It was very fascinating, and the bruises in the brain and how it spreads out, not in just one area, but it could spread out in multiple areas. It's very fascinating, and I like saved the information. I bookmarked it so I could go back and like study it. And also, there's the Alec Baldwin hearing, and it was really hilarious. So we were chilling there. We were chilling there, and it was a Zoom call. It was a Google Zoom call, DeLeon. And what we did was we had this thing where it had the lawyers and the prosecution, and they're so Alec Baldwin, he was on a movie set, DeLeon, and he accidentally he pointed at somebody and shot he deleted a lady. And delete it means like it's a code word for meaning she was not alive anymore, she's unalived, and injured someone else. And basically what he did was he had this, you know, the lady Hannah that was responsible for the armory was sentenced. It was, found guilty last couple of months ago. Now it's his term. Hello, Amanda. Great to see you here. And so, Leon, that's what I was seeing today. And they had these different witnesses, and they were talking about, yeah, accidentally, with quotations. Because I was saying that, like my grandpa told me with a firearm, like you don't go and point it at somebody, and like every gun is a loaded gun. And also, what happened was they went out and, like, that's what I was telling them. Like, you can't just go and do that to people like that. And he was being a fool for what he did. And also, what happened was on the set, like they had these different witnesses, and one of them was from the FBI, and everybody was like playing like they're gonna play the X Files music. Someone said, and we're like making jokes about it. And the dude was like wearing a cliche suit, and he was wearing his headset, and he was talking about like the different type of guns and stuff. And like for instance, like a gun, like they were talking about to see if the gun had any malfunctions to it, the revolver. And I learned so much about the revolver today, about the steer and different parts of it, and it was absolutely fascinating what went on because with the other thing that occurred was in the situation they were saying like there was the dude tested it out 12 times at the FBI test range, and he test firearms, and he did experiments like he put some weights on it and tested the the steer of it, like like the hammer of it, to see if it how if it had any malfunctions to it, because they're trying to claim that it accidentally went off. And then you could cock it back just a little, like one gear, it's like a safety, and you could just load the bullets. And the other gear, the far gear, is where you would load it. In 1800s, technology was so fascinating, and I was learning that today. And I didn't know about in hunting rifles, that would be like a hair trigger. And he said it would be approximately about 2 pounds to pull the 1800s pistol. Amanda, that is very hot. That's very hot. And thanks for telling us about what's going on with your weather. Down here it's very hot too, humidity and all. Okay, so what that means is, Amanda, you pull it, like you could lightly pull the trigger. A funny stranded. So it's like, say like if you slightly pull the trigger, it'll shoot the gun. But the other one, you have to put a little bit more force on the trigger to shoot it. That's the difference. Like a hair trigger, it's also expression. Like you just slightly, just ever so slightly, a hair trigger, it'll shoot it. Like a hunting gun, someone's hunting, it's going to be more like a hair trigger. It's like we could just do like a little bit. Just press the the yeah, pull the trigger slightly, and it'll go off. The other one, 2 pounds. Just a little bit more than you would get it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Y'all are dealing with some heat. We also, the whole country is. Those Europeans, some of the Europeans didn't understand, like, because my buddy Nash knows my buddy. I used to talk about aliens with. He was talking to some people in a chat room, and they didn't understand why Americans were using air conditioning, but they didn't realize how hot America was. You're welcome, Amanda. So basically, in the witness before that one, it was this lady that was a corporal, and oh, oh, stranded. I did not see your. I thought you said what is a revolver. I didn't. I didn't see that. Okay, I thought you said something else. Yes, stranded. It's a revolver in question. That's what I'm talking about. So what I'm talking about in question is a revolver. Yes, it was a cowboy movie, so they had the revolver. I thought you asked me sarcastically, "What is a revolver?" I'm like, haha. And DeLeon, yeah. So Primal, DeLeon is a friend of mine from back from when I was in school. I knew him since first grade, and he does detailing videos and stuff. And you could subscribe to his channel, and also DeLeon, you could subscribe to Primal and Gizmo's channel. He has some cool videos about his tortoise. So I recommend y'all do that for each other. And also, thank you, Amanda. So yeah, that's what I was seeing in there. She was very like she didn't have like a microphone, so she sounded very muffled, and like it was like under the microphone was like under her, under a pillow or something. And in the chat, we're cracking jokes back and forth, and it was hilarious, and it was good flow, very good flow today in that chat, very good flow, very good jokes back and forth. You're welcome, Primal. Yeah, Stranded. I was so basically, well, yeah, because that's what I said. I said that with a the FBI agent said that the pistol in question, the revolver in question, was not a hair trigger. Right. Thank you for confirming that. Also, he said it wasn't a hair trigger. He said like a hunting rifle is more like a hair trigger, but the other revolver that was in question was more like it would take 2 pounds of weight to pull the trigger. It wasn't a hair trigger. Thank you, Stranded, for also confirming that as well. Thank you, Amanda, so much for posting the links for those two. So yeah, basically, as I was saying, I like to, I like the information I learned today, and also basically like what I was seeing was they were in this situation, like they were asking the corporal about how the different things that she was seeing and witnessing, and the dude very cringe. Like the was a lawyer, very cringe. And like the guy had like, and if it wasn't the lawyer, I'm remembering that correctly, I think. But the guy, he was really cringe, asking the lady questions. He was being condescending to the witnesses on the Zoom call, and he had like a funny mustache, like right here, and he looked kind of like a little bit suspicious, and then he was just going off, and he was having it was a lawyer, and he was going off, and he was having like a tantrum, and my friend and I, she's in, you know, JSI was saying how the dude was real rude, and she thought it was absolutely cringe, and then they were saying about how you know you want the answer the question, and the judge, she wasn't having anything. She really like hates her life, and she was overruling the moron, and he was being condescending to the FBI agent, to the federales, like, and then the last witness is a gun expert, and in his house on the Zoom call, on the Google Zoom call, he had all of his guns on the wall, and he was showing the different, like the hammer part of the pistol, and he was just basically saying that there wasn't an accidental discharge on this specific firearm. And then he was saying about he didn't remember certain things, and I'm saying he's a lot like Woody, because Woody, he'll say he doesn't remember, he doesn't recall, he wants the question repeated. That dude is hilarious, and we're talking about him. So like the YSL people, they're trying to go and they had to go and cringe really hard and have that like Woody, and he didn't want to be there, and he wasn't the witness they thought he would be, and also I think that absolutely, not putting up with that. Now I'm gonna go to this shore. All right, I'm gonna dock. Oh yeah, Nash. Absolutely. I'll tell you all the Fancy Friday story. So basically, back at school, there was this thing that we used to do. This island is kind of new. I've not been to this island. So basically, what him and I used to do was we would. I'm gonna get you back to y'all's comments in a second. So what we did was what DeLeon and I did. So there was a teacher there, like Coach Sean, and he came up with this thing called Fancy Friday one time, and he looked really good. And then I have all these suits and stuff, and I have these hats, like those gangsters from the 20s and stuff like that, and like those Harry Potter type outfits. I used to wear those, those suits and stuff, and I used to wear that. And on a Fancy Friday, DeLeon and I, we used to go and wear that on Friday, and we would walk around the gym, and like we would in the first part of the school, we would kind of like walk around the gym, kind of pay like around the gym, and yeah, the whole day he'd wear a very cool outfit, and he would wear like his vest and his tie, and I would wear my suit, and everybody thought it looked great, and we're like we're the popular ones there. It was like, and I'll say at the school there's like no bullying, like it's just there's some issues with me and the Key Club people rigging elections against me, and there was like some people that were kind of cringe, but it wasn't like people pretty much got along there, and then yeah, so him and I we wear the Fancy Friday outfits, and we enjoy that very much. I remember like sometimes it'd be cold, and the jacket would fit because it's like it was cool weather, and I like the different colors you wore. Oh yeah, I remember Fancy Friday. That's what I'm talking about now. And yeah, Nash, I remember that. He always looked great, and yeah, you were real gangster looking. It was cool that they let us because we would have to wear a uniform, but what we also did was we wore casual. It was like when you wear the suit and stuff, it was different than the uniform. Now I will say this, DeLeon, if I could go back in time, I would have worn a Harry Potter costume there. That's what I would have done on the Fancy Fridays. On some of them, I would have worn a Harry Potter costume because that would have fit in perfectly with my glasses and stuff. And also without the glasses, I look like Tom Riddle, so I could switch out different characters. Yeah, it was cool, DeLeon. Yeah, that was really cool. And yeah, DeLeon, I was seeing that they had like a Teachers Day over there, and they they had like all these like they were dressing like the principal, like a bunch of people they wore like the tie and the shirt like he did, and also they had the people dressed up as the teachers. So that was kind of similar to the Fancy Friday thing we did. And yeah, I'm glad that you and I were there at that time period and we did that together. I really enjoyed that. And also DeLeon, that's the one like Primal. I was telling you one time on the phone live streams about how I went to the Black Pearl. I'll put it on the screen a little bit. The Black Pearl attraction, and him and I went there, and we took a picture by it. And it was a Black Pearl that was used in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, and that's where the pirate Lafitte was, and a lot of stuff happened over there with the pirates, the real pirates, and things like that. It was really interesting. Went to some movies and stuff. It was pretty cool. So yeah, so that's had some good times. Good times. And also, yeah, Amanda, that sounds funny. And feel accomplished today. Colored. And then. Alright. That's cool, Amanda. Everything's going good with you. Glad you've accomplished some things today. You accomplished a lot today. And also, yeah, so yeah, shout out to Amanda for posting those links. Teamwork is important. And also, DeLeon, I hope everything's going good with you and your family. And also, he does great with detailing. And also, one time, I went out with him one day with the detailing job one time. Him and I went out and we detailed some cars and then got some Popeyes and went to the Star Wars movie that was out at the time. And because I helped him, I gave him some, advice and stuff about, some business things, and he was interested in detailing, and I thought that would be a good idea for him to try out. And then one time I went with him, and remember it was very early in the morning, and we got I like the McDonald's breakfast, like for instance Trump likes McDonald's breakfast, and he likes McDonald's in general. And also we got the Starbucks drinks. We walked on Levee, and then we did the car, and then later went to Popeyes, and then we went to the movie. That was a really fun day. So I've enjoyed my time with him, and now look at where he's with me now on the live stream on YouTube. Come a long way, and that was a good thing about the school. A good thing about it was that like a lot of people could be there, had long lasting friendships that lasted lifetimes. There's people there before him and I went there that were longtime friends. So it's a good little community over there. It's not like a lot of schools that are cringe, but as I said, it's not perfect, but it's still had some really cool things about it, and that was one of the good things about it. I was talking, and DeLeon, I was talking in the other chat today about how the time where in the civics class, how we had to do this report, and it was what's called a blue brick. It was like this giant form that to do all these different things. I didn't get all the topics because there's a lot of different topics there, but I still did the project. And the other guy, he didn't do his homework one time, and he was saying his cat ripped his homework up, and he was like, if you know if BS was gold, you'd be a millionaire. And also, so we had some funny times at the school. It was pretty cool. Yeah, we did come for we came a long way. Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And he would do that. He would do that. And you see, Nash, it's really cool with the YouTube thing that I did. I was able to get all these different people over here, and like hypothetically, you could travel around and do the detailing. And hypothetically, and yeah, so I'm glad I learned about the advertising and stuff like that. And also, Strained said, I want to get my interior detailed, but I'm not paying 100 plus for it. Yeah, and also, yeah, Nash does an excellent job at doing it, and I learned a lot from him about it. Also, I remember the time where we're watching the different movies, and we're like, we'll kind of like we have reactions to it and things like that. Yeah, and him and I really like Pirates of the Caribbean. We're not really into that stuff. They hit me with the sword. Amanda, that sounds. I'm glad to hear that about your day. I'm glad to hear about that. DeLeon, yes, I remember Fancy Friday. I was just thinking, remember of that. Remember Hansel? Yeah, yeah, I remember Hansel, and I remember when he transformed the alien spaceship. I remember both transitions. And Nash is the only. Yeah, he's the only one so far that is here on the channel on the show. You know, he was first grade and he's first here from that group of people. A lot of people just kind of drifted, but like, yeah, he was first in first grade. That's the Moon looks really cool. And also, so in DeLeon, what happened this week was there was a situation that occurred where there is a trial Young Thug. He's a rapper. It's very similar to Lil Wayne, and he looks up to Lil Wayne, and he strives to be like Lil Wayne. And he has been suspected of being like a gangster and doing like gang activity. And the prosecution has not really shown strong evidence or proof for that. And there's a lot of shady things going on with the trial. And even if he was guilty, they're not really doing a good job at trying to prove that he did it, and they shouldn't do shady things. Like, for instance, there is an ex parte meeting. So, DeLeon, what that means is that it means in French, it's like you have a meeting. Like if you and I had like a secret meeting or secret phone call. Like, so a lot of times in the past, you and I had phone calls with each other. You know, we used to chill. That's like an ex parte meeting. It's like just the judge. It was just the judge, the DA. The DA is a district attorney, and the defendant, the witness rather, the witness is somebody that goes in the stand, and they're thinking like the judge threatened Woody, the person in the stand, that they would say give him more jail time or something, or put him in jail, and to lie about something he didn't do allegedly. And either way, Steele, the lead defense lawyer, he was not present, and they wanted him to. And he confronted the judge about this, and he was very angry. He wanted to know who told him, because he wasn't like supposed to know about it. And he wouldn't tell him, and he threatened to put him and hold him in contempt. So that means is he would put him in jail for a little while. And then they put him, and then he didn't answer, and they took off his tie and his jacket, and they put him in there. And that was very brave of him. Like, you remember me with the Key Club stuff, or things I did. DeLeon, like, he was just kind of like that, and they locked him up, and he was trying to stand up for his client, and he should be aware if they're doing something like that. And any of us would want an attorney like that if we were in trouble or something, you know, if a situation, God forbid, were to happen. And they brought him out a little bit later on the request of the DA, and this is in Georgia. And then what they did was they went out, and he was like, okay, you tell me who it is, and you're going to spend some time in jail. And then he was like, you know, he would go out and not tell him anything. He's just gonna go, and he sentenced him for 10 weekends in jail. That's 20 days. And then there's an appeal to the Supreme Court of Georgia, and he just had to pay a bond. And the Supreme Court of Georgia is watching this judge and the DA, and they're very suspicious of them. And this has caused national outrage. And Fannie Willis is behind the DA, and she is the head of the district attorneys, and she is part of that Trump trial stuff. She was trying to indict Trump for one of those trials. And one of the ladies and then when Steele they got him, he got there's 25 lawyers that stood outside the courthouse in solidarity with him, and he got Ashley Merchant, who was the attorney for one of the co-defendants of Trump, and she defended Steele in that specific incident. And it was wild, DeLeon, and that's like the stuff I've been doing, watching the trials and doing stuff with the family, and doing more research and working on my projects and things like that. So that's what I've been doing, a lot of educating myself and just experiencing different things with different people on the different streams. And also, I I've learned a lot about the court stuff. And as I said, I've told you before, DeLeon, it was like I when I did the trial, the Johnny Depp trial. That's when I got into the trials, and I made friends with the people. And then one of the ladies I know in there a little while back, because I was sometimes like I was there for Darrell Brooks, and sometimes I wasn't always there. I was like here and there, and exactly, it's just like Heat Club. Yeah, and like Pam like want if I could come a little bit more often. She wanted me to come more often. If I couldn't, I'm like, oh, yeah, I can. And then I went more and more, and I experienced different trials, many different trials throughout the past year, and I talked to the friends there I knew before, and met new people, and that was really cool. And that was so cool that we went and did that. Happy early birthday to Ava. Yeah, it's just like Heat Club, dude. It's just like Heat Club, and everybody was like tripping. Everybody was tripping in the chat, and we're saying about how brave Steel was, and he was standing up for his client, and like I was talking about like Ragnar Lothbrok, the Viking, in the Viking series, when he was martyred, the whole Viking nation united against when the Viking king died. All the Viking nations united together, and also when his son was deleted by the other sons that were traitors, they right because this guy was in battle, and he was like had arrows in him, and he had like a big cut in him from a sword, and he came back, and he had arrows, more arrows coming in him, and they thought he was a ghost because they thought he was supposed to be deleted. It was the Russians and this Viking group that was like they're traitors, and then he raised his sword up in the air, and the dude passed away, and all those different Vikings came. So when they do that, they only make the cause stronger, and it's a proxy war. And with like Young Thug, he does. In my conspiracy theory, is that he is, as I said, you have rappers and they'll talk about the hood and stuff, and also I think that okay, Stranded. Allegedly, something that I heard was his group allegedly deleted somebody she was dating at one point, allegedly. And also, what I think is they want to, and I think they're just a music group because I knew my friends and stuff in the hood. They were just like a music group, and but like I think they were never doing gang stuff. It was just like a music group. That's what I think, in my opinion, but I could be wrong. Or if it is true, they're good at hiding it, and I'm not seeing convincing evidence. But I think that they don't like, say, a rapper that's independent, that's not going to follow the mainstream narrative of how they're supposed to act now. So I think that they're probably against him because he wouldn't. He may not be one to confine with how they want things to be done. Like Lil Wayne, for instance, they were trying to get him to be political, and he wasn't interested in the stuff that they're talking about. So if a new person, that was mainstream like that, came out, they wouldn't like it. So I do think, like, if he was a really like elitist rapper or something, he would have been covered for a little while until at some point. Like Diddy was covered for a long time until recently. Same thing with Sam Bankman Fried. He was covered for a little while, then they exposed him. So this guy was exposed so quickly, with quotations on the end. He certainly like wasn't part of their group, or unless it would have lasted a little bit longer. His like cover. So in my opinion, I don't think. I think it's just. I think he's innocent. But I could be wrong. But as I said, like the one time in that trial, they showed calls about them talking about fried chicken, and they were talking about fried chicken, and how does that have to do with anything? And the people, like, they don't remember anything they were talking about. They don't remember. And then they don't have this thing where they don't remember, and the guy just wanted to go home, the guy with the mask, And the dude was one time the guy with the mask. He was saying he was so high he was about to fall asleep on them. And man, and like Woody will say, Nash, that guy is like, Woody is hilarious. He says Pacific instead of specific, and he didn't. I'm not no. He's very brilliant. He's very smart, but like he didn't know about certain things with like say reading and stuff like that. But he was trying to convey his message. And it's just so funny how he says things. He's like a comedian. He's like Dave Chappelle or Eddie Murphy. That guy was hilarious. And he was saying like they were shooting at him, and he was like he was turning his radio down because he thought he was tripping. And they thought he was tripping. And then he was wondering why the people were shooting at him. And they're trying to connect Young Thug and his other people to a deletion of somebody that happened. But the people didn't really know each other, like they were saying, so it's kind of hard to prove this. And also, Steele was saying that Thug's name is truly humble under God. It doesn't mean thug in the traditional sense. Exactly, Stranded. It doesn't have to do with anything. Like if Young Thug really did do it, let's see, it would be there, out in the open. There's crime in Atlanta every day. It's very cringe over there. Somebody stole a bus recently. Amanda told me about it. And Peach will talk about how Atlanta's really crazy. She also concurred with what we're saying about Atlanta being crazy. She doesn't live there anymore. And so it's like, okay, Primal, thank you for coming here, and shout out to Gizmo. Thank you for chilling with us. And it's like, it's like it's not there. Like I remember the whole time I was watching it, these a couple of days, they don't talk. It doesn't connect to anything. It doesn't have to do with anything. Like I didn't get it. I wasn't aware about him in Alabama. I didn't know about that. DeLeon says yes, it is a big scenery. Yeah, facts. And Steele's also he is an excellent lawyer. And the judge. Now I like the judge. I like kind of hearing about him. He was a general, and he seemed when I was seeing him, he seemed like it was a moment where he was acting a little bit normal, and I liked that's where I got the word redacted from. I learned so many new words. Okay, so basically what happened was, yeah, some time ago, it was put back in that other plug, this like strip, because they took it out of the other one that works better. So I know now we have to get a plug outlet for that specific area that works better. It's like a strip where you put plug and where you plug stuff in. Because it's the one, like, that's the reason why the streams are working better, because it was put in something else, like a one that works, has better energy to it. So this one's, the one that's in there now, like, it's not going to be working, so it'll keep doing this on streams if I don't get a new one. So we're going to have to get a strip that works for that room. All right. I was like, when they got the new Wi-Fi thing, I tried to put it in that plug, but what happened was it just couldn't reach over here I don't know how it worked before. It wasn't even supposed to work before because it was so far away from it. But yeah, so it's like, say you got a strip like an extension cord where you put plugs in. This one's kind of like doesn't a little bit older, doesn't maybe work. It's too weak to carry the signal. So the other one, the more modern one, would work better. So that I get a new one for that place, for that room. That way, this will stop happening. It's aggravating when this happens. Right. So I don't even really know if it's going to keep working like this. Yeah, I don't really use Harbor Freight. Yeah, but DeLeon, that's what's going on with the different trials and things like that that I was watching. All right. So, and I ended the game because I thought that it would kind of strain the signal. Yeah, but as I said, that's I know what to do. Now. And as I said, I can't guarantee that it's going to keep working like this. I don't know what's going to do. And then again, with the new system, I don't know which one would work better than which part was the 5G, which one wasn't. And I think this one's the 5G one. It would work better. Yeah, because one of them isn't the 5G. And I'm not going to be much longer in this stream because I don't know if it's going to hold up. All right, I'm going to X this thing out here and have it this window here. Yeah, so basically, I was talking about, so there's some ET activity. There is a situation where you had some of the, I'll switch over to the different screen. So basically, they had some ET activity where there is a monolith that was discovered. There is a monolith that was discovered over in the other area, the in Las Vegas. There was a monolith that was discovered in Las Vegas. It's like this giant silver thing, this like statue thing, and they think it possibly could come from the extraterrestrials, or it was created by an artist or a group or something like that. All right, yeah. So that's really interesting what happened with the monolith, and there's also some more interesting ET things that have been discovered. I don't really know. As I said, I wanted to do certain things, but I don't really trust this connection at all. right now because of the what's going on. You know, just like before in the past, it would do this. It would not work right sometimes. You know, that's why a couple of like recently it's been working okay because it was in a different thing. Okay, DeLeon, I completed what I wanted to talk to you about. Thank you for coming and telling us hello. Good night, dude. Oh, just Amanda, look up on the monolith in Las Vegas. Yeah, facts. Yeah, but that's as I said. I finished talking about the trials and the different things like that. Right. I was looking at the trials and the different stuff like that, and that went well. So I'm glad that I got that part done. Now I'm finished with the trial stuff. All right. I'm gonna see if this Google Chrome works. If yeah, but I definitely got to get a new thing. Absolutely. This is absurd. A new plug strip, whatever it's called. So it's not anything but the plug strip. But also another factor, it's also the this other situation. It's the type of I wasn't using the 5G one. So it's a combination of two things I did incorrectly. Well, I'm very triggered at this thing that's happening because it's like it'd be nice if the thing would like if it wasn't taking out the plug. I think you just simply just we're gonna get another one because I remember that stream like in the past. It would just work perfectly fine. All right, so these are the monoliths. These are the monoliths. So this is the monolith that I'm talking about. It was recently seen in Las Vegas. Yeah, so that one, it's now in Las Vegas, and it's been making headlines. The monolith is allegedly, it could be from extraterrestrials, like aliens. That's the theory about it, but no one really knows. Or it could be put there by people. The people could have put it there. Okay, Amanda, thank you. And y'all are a good audience. I thank y'all for y'all's patience. Well, Stranded, the power strip is old. It's an old power strip, and it just has a few of them. The one that works fine with it is the power strip that's like it has a couple of different plugs on it, and you could like put a cable thing into it. It's a little bit bigger and more advanced and newer than the other one. Yeah, the other one's kind of old because my grandma told me one time like she felt it and it was very hot, and they put it in the other one and it worked. I'm like, that's on the other side of the street pretty much. It was really miraculous. So you either try to put it there again, or get just a new one for that specific room, and then we won't have this problem anymore. And also, with the new Wi-Fi system, the 5G one is A, not B. So also, everybody, I had it on the wrong network. Two things. It was on the wrong network. One of them's stronger than the other. There's like a 5G one, and one doesn't. That's not this 5G. Oh, it's in a mountain range outside of Las Vegas, Amanda. Yes, this is the monolith, and it was out on the outskirts of Las Vegas, and it's very mysterious. All right, on a trail. A monolith is a geological feature considering consisting of a single massive stone or rock, such as some mountains. Erosion usually exposes the geological formations, which are often made of very hard and soil igneous or metamorphic rock. Some monoliths are volcanic plugs, solidified lava filling the vent of an extinct volcano. Facts. Mary says it's like crop circles, but more stealth and application. Facts. Well, yeah, there's only one right now, but they've had a couple of them appear in recent times. It's one of Newer one, but they have had others. Strand said, "I've heard they examined one of the other ones. It's a single piece of mirrored metal, no seams or anything." Yeah, yeah, facts, facts. I'm glad that y'all are here. Glad y'all are here. But yeah, it's thanks for being here and y'all's patience. But yeah, exactly. It's just like this thing. It's like a crop circle. The Las Vegas Metropolitan discovered the strange formation near Gas Peak in the desert. National Wildlife Refuge Gas Peak is the one highest peaks in the area surrounding Las Vegas. All right, so I talked about that, and they took it down. I see a possum out there chilling. Shout out to the possums. Now I'm going to try an article. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about some other alien thing. Okay. Hold y'all's horses for a second. Okay. So shout out to the spaceship cats. Alright, shout out to the spaceship cats. Right, Stranded, exactly. It's like the crop circles. It's got to be extremely heavy. You need a truck's. Okay. I'm still here. Alright. Hidden UFO civilization could be on Earth. Harvard researchers study possessed UFOs could live on moon, underground, or disguise. I want to say shout out to Casimirio. He's the one that told me about the monolith, and he's the one that sent me this article. So shout out to Casimirio. All right. Yeah, a possum needs to chill. And thank you, Amanda. I'm glad that you appreciate the content. I do think it's aliens. I do think it's aliens. It possibly could be artists. It possibly could be pranksters. But I do think until we proven wrong that it's ETs. Those aliens. Yeah. All right. So hidden UFO civilization could be on Earth. Harvard researchers say study posts UFOs could live on the moon, underground, or in the skies. Points to sighting hotspots as entry exit points for hidden civilization. The government has repeatedly denied any evidence of alien life. An unidentified technologically advanced population could be living secretly on Earth. That startling claim was made in a new paper by researchers at Harvard and Montana Technological University. They speculate that unidentified anomalous phenomena, another term for UFOs, could be living underground, on the moon, or even walking among humans. Yeah, Mary, and I probably would send Amanda over there to go film it. I probably would have done that too. Amanda would have been an alien agent, and she is an alien agent, but she would have been an alien agent of a spaceship agent, and she would have done that for us. The researchers acknowledge in the paper their hypothesis may be regarded skeptically by the general scientific community, but they still deserve consideration in a, a spirit of epistemic humility and openness. UFO whistleblower David Grush interview, What Happened Since? That's the headline. The paper posts the possibility of crypto-terrestrials as an explanation for unidentified and unexplainable observations made worldwide each year. Here are the theories proposed in the paper. A remnant from the ancient civilization remains on Earth. An intelligent species evolved separately from humans and now stays hidden. Crypto-terrestrials traveled from another time period or planet. Like, I think they could be fallen angels. Some of them, or all of them. The unidentified creatures are of supernatural origin, likened to earthbound angels, like I just said. So the angel theory is one of the theories that's mentioned here. Mary, do you remember who took it away?
The Las Vegas Police Department, I believe.
Okay, Stranded. Mary said it's the Las Vegas Police Department. Yeah, Bowles is onto something. He is. It was the police department. All right. The paper also suggests the idea of crypto terrestrials living in or under sighting hotspots such as lakes and volcanoes. Very interesting.
Intergalactic gnomes.
Yeah, facts. Intergalactic gnomes. The researchers propose the influx of sightings in similar areas is due to entry exit points for hidden societies deep in the earth. That was a theory that the Nazis had also, and they weren't good, so they would be into these nefarious things. Other possibilities for crypto-terrestrial settlements lie nearby, like one on the moon. In the late 2023, career intelligence official David Grush alleged the United States government has been keeping UFO research programs from the general public. The government has denied claims like Grush repeatedly. The paper delves into government's response. Delves into government response to sightings, adding that many believers feel federal agencies are deliberately downplaying the topic, or at least obstructing. No, I don't know this word. Obfuscating. I've never heard of that before. obfuscating the extraordinary nature of many UAP related events. Absolutely, Amanda, absolutely. However, the researchers acknowledge the extraordinary nature of these claims, saying in part, "We entertain them here, but because some aspects of UAP are strange enough that they seem to call for unconventional explanations." So that's basically my theory, and that's really interesting that they delved into this. They talked about it. Yes, Stranded. They are studying. They are looking into it, and that was from a Harvard research paper, and that they're looking into it, and hopefully we can get to the bottom of all of this. And I like the emojis that Amanda sends out, like the galactic emojis and the heart and the alien stuff. I really like that. That's really cool. I think these things are very interesting. And my favorite one is the green comet. Like, that was so peaceful. Something real peaceful about it. And it's so interesting about these, even if there's some nefarious fallen angels. It's interesting in space, and they have these things, and you have these little critters just flying around. So it's very interesting. And Stranded, yesterday on my phone stream, I was talking to a new dude named Matt, and he was talking about his experience. He saw an orb one time when he was hanging out with some of his friends at a hangout at a mountain range somewhere, and they saw it was over in the West Coast, and they saw an orb like what you saw. So that was interesting. I heard another testimony. Right, and we're making good headway with the stream. And in spite of the interruption, I have covered pretty much. I still have some things to cover, but I got everything covered that, like, in the first part of it. So nobody missed anything. As I said, it was also partially the wrong network I was on. I switched the networks. Also, I've talked about the theory that the UFOs themselves could also be an organism. That was very interesting. You see, look, angels are Aryans. That was funny. What I meant to, what am I thinking? What I meant to say is angels are aliens. Some researchers say Vatican archives. We're gonna go here right now. This is something I was talking about. We're going here right now. Isn't that something? Angels are aliens. Some researchers say Vatican archives hold UFO secrets. Yeah, fact stranded. Some scientists believe the Vatican's historic archives might hold key insights into unidentified anomalous phenomena and paranormal activity. Their efforts highlight an intersection of historical records, religious studies, and scientific inquiry into the unexplained. A group of scientists and researchers are seeking access into the Vatican's apostolic archives to uncover information about UFOs and the paranormal, believing there may be traces amid the 50 miles of shelves holding everything from handwritten papal notes to presidential missives. The decades-long effort gained momentum in 2023 following former U.S. intelligence official David Grush congressional testimony alleging the Vatican's involvement in an international cover-up of alien secrets. Grush claims Pope Pius back-channeled information to the United States about a crashed UFO recovered by fascist dictator Benito Mussolini. And I think that means the 12th in Roman numerals, Pope Pius the 12th. But I'm going to go check to make sure that's the correct Roman numeral. Yeah, I was right. It's the 12th. Pope Pius 12. I took Roman numerals in school, so that's how I knew what it was. And I guessed it right. I didn't guess it, I knew it, but I want to fact check myself. Thank you, Mary. I don't know where Grush got his information. Marco Grilli, secretary of the prefect of the archives, told Catholic News Service June 11. Grilli, or Grilli, I don't know the pronunciation of this name, so I'm going to do the best I can with it. Said to archives had received emails inquiring the veracity of Grush's claims, but likened them to requests to read personal letters of Pontius Pilate or the Virgin Mary. One can laugh at it, he said. Thank you, Amanda. However, findings like those reported in Diana Walsh Pasluka's 2019 book American Cosmic suggest to UFO believer studies professor at the University of North Carolina. Wilmington said the archives are full of reports about paranormal events such as nuns witnessing orbs entering their cells, stranded, synchronicity, what we were just talking about a moment ago. Full of reports about paranormal events such as nuns witnessing orbs. So the nuns witnessed the orbs too, entering their cells. Flying houses and other aerial phenomena. She argues that these events might be better understood as UFO-type occurrences rather than miracles as Catholics traditionally understood them. Now, I do believe that there are good watchers and bad ones, and that some actions were done by angels, and the angels are kind of the same thing as the aliens in some context. I'm not denying there's terrestrial life on other planets that God made. I'm not denying that, and I believe that's true. But I'm thinking a lot of the stuff that we're seeing, all of it, or most of it, is from these nefarious fallen angels, or at least a part of it. So I think it's really interesting to add more context to this with Stranded, myself, and Matt, and many others have seen. Stranded said, my grandma's clock was Roman numerals. I have that clock now. Aw, that's awesome, Stranded. That's really cool. Legacy. Hashtag legacy. My family's all about legacy. Now, the Catholics may not have understood at the time what they were. They thought it was a miracle, but they couldn't explain what it was exactly. So it's good we have more explanations about that. That's why I say the Book of Enoch makes more sense now as time went on. The historical record is filled with these kinds of events, she told CNS May 30th. The people at the Vatican, they don't even know where to look. It's in their basements. The Vatican's archivists are in a mad rush to jit. This is, I know the word, digitalize. It's a little bit hard for me to say. It's like digital. It's digital, but it's like the digitalization, I'm going to say, of what they have. So the correct pronunciation of this is digitize. It's digitize. Bit of a tongue twister for me. What they have. They have to prioritize what they think is most important. She explained they aren't really prioritizing orbs that are bothering nuns in the 1800s. So that's where the archives are. The interest in the Vatican's holdings extends beyond the realm of scholars of religion. Scientists like Gary Nolan, a professor of medicine at Stanford University, view the Vatican archives as potential treasure trove for the understanding UFOs. The Vatican is probably the oldest library system. Supernatural knowledge. The Vatican probably the oldest library system of paranormal or supernatural knowledge. Still extant, Nolan said, the archive has an aura of both mysticism and a feeling of deep truth that if you just know how to read it, you can pull that information out. Stranded, that's awesome. Strand said, I used it when the power went out for a week. It was funny that I was the only one who could read it to know what time it was. Alright, Strand. Yeah, that's awesome. That's legacy. Nolan believes that if an advanced species is showing up on Earth, it means it might be possible for humans to survive threats like climate change, the energy crisis, and more. Get ready for some political stuff. Alright. The very fact that we think we see something, to me, is hope, Nolan said of the UFO sightings. It says something has made it past the cliff, past the decision point that we feel we are on the edge of right now. Nolan co-founded the Soul Foundation in 2023, the spearhead of scientific research in UFOs, now called UAPs, or unidentified anomalous phenomena, and it initiate dialogue with religious institutions like the Vatican about the spiritual implications of discovering alien life. And to answer your question, who can visit the Vatican Library? Due to its precious book collection, the Vatican Library allows access to very few people in particular. Access is granted to professional researchers, university professors, PhD students with appropriate credentials. Not anybody. Fact Stranded. Stranded said they got so much stuff hidden there. Rumors. is that the Holy Grail is there. Rumors also that paintings, funny that the funny mustache man, the Austrian painter accused of stealing but didn't are there. Oh yeah, absolutely. All kinds of stuff are there. I agree, and I believe that stuff could be put in a museum. I understand they don't want like some like doofus stealing it, stranded. Like you got a lot of robbers, so they might have people that want to steal it. You might have people that are trying to that could vandalize it, like they're trying to vandalize the Mona Lisa. So I can understand where they want to be like keep things in protective custody, but I do think it's important for the public to know a lot of things, especially if they are hiding things from us that we need to know. I totally agree with you, Stranded. Absolutely. The Foundation is confident that at least some UFOs are genuine vehicles of non-human origin. Consequently, one of its primary objectives has been to initiate an interfaith dialogue to access the potential impact on world religions. Oh, absolutely, Amanda. Absolutely. Maybe they'll make an exception for a YouTuber. Strand said some people think the original Bible written in the original language is there. Oh, absolutely, and it would be. I would think it would be there because, like, that's like they would have the records of the church from the original times, and they would have the original one. I totally agree. That's why I was telling you all about the different books and stuff last time, and it's good to have the different books. And it would be really cool to see the original one. Vatican Archives interest among non-Catholic researchers in uncovering paranormal secrets in the Vatican has spanned decades and has roots in the culturally influential retreat center in California. Father Francis Tissot, an expert on interdialogue, said he discussed a plan to conduct paranormal research in the Vatican archives with the founder of the Assailant Institute over 20 years ago. Oh, absolutely, Amanda. And she says, I got to see the Mona Lisa when I was 14. It's so much smaller than I thought it would be. It was in a room by itself, and you weren't allowed to photograph it. Oh, exactly, Amanda. And basically, there's recently they tried to vandalize it. You had some, like, that group, like, people that are kind of like the other side, people that like are against Europe and stuff, like the New Age people. They were trying to put food coloring on it. They're trying to put paint on it or something, or like some like food on it, and they're trying to vandalize the Mona Lisa. But they got them out of there. Just that's what I'm referring to. Like there's like a Holy Grail there, and they're gonna go, oh, Christianity did this and that. Christianity did this, and they're gonna go try to vandalize it. Stranded, yes, they have things there that they say humanity isn't ready to know. Well, that needs to be revealed, Stranded, and you're the one that told us about the movies and stuff, how they'll try to put subliminal messaging about what really happened, and they'll tell us gradually, or like with Nibiru. So, Stranded, I agree with you, it needs to be shown to the public, absolutely. And they have things that humanity isn't ready to know about. There's parts of the Bible that aren't in English translation. Thank you. Stranded, Amanda says, I've heard people saying it's smaller than expected. But Amanda, the Mona Lisa is okay. It was behind a glass. It was okay. But they're trying to destroy it. But they got arrested. The Assailant is a retreat center in California, known for its progressive and countercultural influence, particularly during the 1960s and 70s. It continues to play a significant role in cultural role in the United States by attracting Silicon Valley technologists, spiritual leaders, and innovators to explore new ideas in psychology, spirituality, and personal growth. Father Tizzo said that Michael Murphy, Assailant's co-founder, told him that someone should go to the Vatican archives, do research, examine the documentation, and try to classify it in ways it would be accessible to the scientific community. Studying miracles attributed to intercession of saints as possible paranormal activity, Father Tizzo said, could help build another bridge in the direction of paranormal phenomena connected with the idea of the UFO narrative that somehow we human beings are in some way in contact with other civilizations, other conscious beings in the universe. Jeffrey Kripal, a member of the board of Assailant and professor of religion at Rice University in Houston, said the stories of Catholic miracles are often of interest to UFO researchers because the telepathic communication, levitation, and other paranormal events often coincide with close encounters. Now, those encounters the Catholics had that were good, those are from the good watchers. There's good and bad ones. There's good and bad, like aliens, so to speak, right? So they weren't visited by those bad ones that I'm talking about. It was the good ones. But it's from the same thing. They're the same thing. Stranded said, I think one on display isn't the real one. Just like the Constitution on display isn't the real one. They keep the originals locked up in what's in a museum for the public to see copies. Okay, Stranded. I totally agree. Absolutely. They don't want the original game destroyed. The whole garment of religious phenomena appears in the abduction or the encounter experience, Kripal said. Carlos Erie, a professor of history at Yale University, has studied the types of miracles that captivate researchers like Pas, Luca, and Nolan. He published his findings in 2023 book, They Flew, A History of the Impossible. Levitations, UFOs, and miracles are all of the spectrum of it. Let's call it the impossible. The things that are considered impossible are highly unlikely, he said. The Vatican archives have a high value for paranormal researchers, he said, especially because since the Renaissance, the Church has applied more rigor to alleged miracles by requiring witnesses to swear oaths that they are not lying, while the staff at the Vatican archives acknowledge that their vast shelves contain accounts of miracles. They deny that any of their holdings pertain to aliens. The Mona Lisa is like, or the one I saw, it was protected by like a plastic or a glass covering. So if someone threw something on it, it would be okay. So it's like on the frame. All right, all right. I'm still here. Oh, thank God. It's green again. Fantastic. Good. Excellent. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. Stranded said, honestly, I think everything of human history that's valuable or written history they don't want us to know about are kept in the Vatican. Stranded, I agree with you. Okay, we got another thing going on. UFOs invade Japan's airspace. UFOs are invading Japan's airspace, and authorities are digging up deep to find the truth. And they're not really telling me about it because you have to be a subscriber of this thing. So we're going to find it another way. Okay, UFO investigation launched in Japan after U.S. report designates the region as a hotspot for sightings. UFO sightings should not be dismissed because they could, in fact, be surveillance drones or weapons, say Japanese lawmakers who launched a group on Thursday to probe the matter. The investigation comes less than a year after the U.S. Department issued a report calling the region a hotspot for sightings of the mysterious objects. The nonpartisan group, which counts former defense ministries among its 80 plus members, will urge Japan to ramp up abilities to detect and analyze unidentified anomalous phenomena, more commonly known as UFOs or unidentified flying objects. Mona Lisa. Okay. All right, Amanda, thank you. Although phenomenon is often associated with little green men, the popular imagination it has become a hot political topic in the United States. Thank you, Amanda. The Pentagon said last year it was examining 510 UFO reports, more than triple the number in its 2021 file. The Japanese parliament The Japanese parliamentarians hope to bring a domestic perception of UAP in line with its ally following several scares related to suspect surveillance operations. It is extremely irresponsible for us to be reassigned to the fact that something is unknowable and to keep turning a blind eye to the unidentified group member and former defense minister Yasukazu Hamada said before the launch. In an embarrassment for Japan's defense military, unauthorized footage of docked helicopter destroyer recently spread on Chinese social media after apparent drone intrusion into military facility. And last year, the ministry said it strongly presumes that flying objects sighted in Japanese skies in recent years were surveillance balloons sent by China. In Japan, UFOs have long been seen as an occult matter that has nothing to do with politics. Opposition lawmakers Yoshiharu Asakawa, a pivotal member of the group, said, "But if they turn out to be cutting-edge secret weapons or spying drones in disguise, they can pose significant threat to our nation's security." The U.S. Defense Department in 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, to investigate UAP, and the following year launched a website to provide the public with the classified information about the mysterious objects. An AARO report last year designated the region stretching from western Japan to China as a hotspot for UAP sightings based trends between 1996 and 2023. Okay, Amanda, understood. It later concluded in a congressionally ordered 60-page review that there was no evidence of alien technology or attempts by the U.S. government to hide it from the public. The Japanese lawmakers will push for the country to create an equivalent to the Pentagon's AARO and further boost intelligence cooperation with the United States. Christopher Melun, a UAP expert from the former U.S. intelligence official, hailed the group's launch as remarkable. From drones to hypersonic vehicles, the war in Ukraine has shown the unmanned weapons and artificial intelligence are creating very serious new challenges, Melun told Japanese MPs in an online speech. In December, one U.S. Air Force base was subjected to weeks-long mysterious intrusion by drones, but we still don't know where they were coming from, he said. A UAP effort contributes to our understanding of these kinds of issues, and the U.S. Congress has shown an increased interest in learning more about the detection and reporting of UAPs. A House subcommittee held headline-grabbing public hearing last summer featuring a former intelligence officer and two pilots who testified about their experience with UAPs. The lawmakers have continued to demand answers and recently held classified briefing with an inspector general of the intelligence community. In September, an independent group of scientists experts conveyed by NASA found no evidence that UAPs are extraterrestrial in nature, but stressed that better data needed to be understand some encounters that have defied explanation. NASA formed the group of 16 experts in 2022 to examine how the space agency can better contribute to the scientific understanding of objects which have been reported by hundreds of military and commercial pilots. Okay, Stranded, thank you for coming. Have a good night. This one says, how many UFOs have been spotted in Florida? Here's the count. Florida has been hotspot for UFO sightings, and the U.S. being among the states with the greatest number of them according to Axos. In a report earlier this year, Axos determined there was nearly 7,500 reported in the Sun State. 7,500 in Florida. Amanda says, good night, Stranded. See you next time. Subway to deliver sandwiches by drone in Dallas and elsewhere for deliveries. Yes, Amanda, exactly, because that's what they're saying, that they had the bases in the oceans and stuff, and that would explain why they're able to do that. And also, if they can go through different dimensions and appear here and there in all these different areas through a dimensional interference and the bases, I think those are very good explanations. Exactly. All right, Subway to deliver sandwiches by drone in Dallas and elsewhere for World UFO Day. All right. Some Subway sandwich shops are taking flight for World UFO Day by using drones to deliver foot-long subs to their most active MVP rewards members. Subway drones will launch in Atlanta, Dallas, and Denver and Orlando, carrying special deliveries for Subway's new footlong dippers, footlong cookies, and footlong subs. Man, this is gonna be cringe. Like, hopefully nothing like horrible happens. A UFO day, I will have to look that up to be certain. It either was yesterday or it's coming. No, wait a minute. Subway will use drones to deliver sandwiches in Dallas. It's going to be on the June 24. Okay, so June 24 is UFO Day. You could be still eligible for deals if you are not located in these areas. Subway said super fans in other locations will receive ultimate footlong offering. The offer includes 20% off a footlong sub with purchase of a footlong dipper and footlong cookie. This offer will be available at restaurants for 1 week only. Would UFO World UFO Day was created to promote awareness by encouraging people to gather and watch the skies for unidentified flying objects. According to Restaurant Subway, UFO fans are truly getting an out of this world deal. Isn't that hilarious? They're gonna be using them drones on these people. I never heard of that either, Amanda. Let's look it up. Well, how to become a super fan for Subway? Depending on the size of... This is something interesting, Amanda. Depending on the size and location of the tattoo, fans can earn subs for a month. Two and two tattoos. It's 2x2 tattoos on wrist, bicep, or foot. Subs for a year. 3 times 3, 3 by 3. Tattoos on the shoulder blade, forearm, or calf. Subs for life. Foot long. A 12 by 12 tattoo on the sternum or back. So if you get like a tattoo of this thing, you can get like some free subways, allegedly. Subs for a month. Subway announces nationwide search for biggest fan of the brand's latest refresh. Oh, Amanda, you don't have to be tattooed to be a super fan, but the other thing, they'll give you free Subways if you get a Subway tattoo. Crazy. I know, crazy. She would never get a Subway tattoo. So, let's say super fan Subway. Want free subs for life? All you have to do is legally, well, this is another crazy one. Want free subs for life? This is another thing. This is not the superfan thing, but this is something else. Want free subs for life? All you have to do is legally change your name to Subway. Yep, that's all. No big deal. The popular sandwich chain is on the hunt for the biggest fan and attempting to loyal customers with a lifetime of Subway deli heroes if they're willing to make major life change. Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute. I, I'm trying to find out what superfan means. Let's see, Subway superfan. Exactly, Amanda. Bubbles is snoring. I don't know what superfan means from Subway. What I think it means is like a super fan of Subway. Like it's just a fan of Subway that's like a super fan that really likes Subway. But it's not like a group or a club or anything, it doesn't seem. I can't seem to find any evidence for that. Some Subway tattoos. All right, and so that's the this is some cringe. Oh, look at this. That's kind of cringe. You know. So these are some of the tattoos. It's like being branded, bruh. So Amanda wouldn't. She's not gonna get one of them. I wouldn't get one either. I hope it's fake too, Amanda. I hope it's fake too. I mean, look at this. Subway Series 2022. I know, it's just absolutely like, what's going on here? Right, Amanda. I understand. A UFO whistleblower says he's being threatened. So they have a whistleblower being threatened for talking about UFOs. Let's see. All right, I'm going to talk about some news stuff, Amanda, and then we're going to talk about the sharks after this. And I'll say at the moment, Amanda, the connection is excellent right now. It's 100%. I don't know if the the possum was using the Wi-Fi or something. It's just a joke. You know it's a joke, but as I said the technical reasons before, but maybe the possum and and also Firebird, Firefox, the cat was using the Wi-Fi or something. But we basically, this stream. There's, as I said, it went fine. Like I've talked about everything I want to talk about so far. Amanda says my first tattoo my mom took me to get when I turned 18. It's a Gemini symbol behind my ear. That's really cool, Amanda. That's really cool. You showed me one time one of your tattoos one time, a little while back. One of the pictures you sent me, I saw one of them. Yes. Bubbles fell asleep and stopped tugging on the wires. Yeah. He's over in he has his play mat, and he pushed it all the way to the center of the room. All right. Internet confuses people over U.S. military draft change. Here's the truth. Some in Congress have proposed reforming America's rarely used conscription service, but the changes are far from done deal. All right, Congress has not voted to make the U.S. women, so they're saying that they have caused confusion. The internet has caused confusion about this. Congress has not voted to make U.S. women eligible for conscription, nor has it resolved the automatically enrolled all young American men into the military draft database. At least not yet. Numerous excitable posts on TikTok, Reddit, and X, formerly known as Twitter, but we call it Twitter, in the last month have claimed that sweeping reforms to USA's rarely used draft system are underway. Some focused on a bill passed by U.S. House of Representatives that would enroll young men automatically instead of requiring them to fill out paperwork, while others pointed out the U.S. Senate proposal to enroll women as well. So they had this thing, the draft. Like I talked to y'all about Vietnam, the Vietnam War, and this is when the draft was taken off because of the Vietnam War. It had some problems, and people didn't like it, and they're getting genocided. Like there's a genocide of American soldiers, and they weren't. Now they're saying towards the end of the war that they did get them to nearly surrender, but as I said, a lot of Americans were genocided. And I remember when I turned 18, I was to be, because of the law, I signed up for the conscription, the the draft thing, but there's not been a draft since way, way back in the past. Nixon ended the draft. One of the ways he was able to win the election. Guess, whoa, look at this. Look what we have here. A headline says our solar system could be soon have a ninth planet. And no, it's not Pluto. You see? Basically, I was right about Nibiru. It's not a Kuiper Belt field. No. It's actually just a planet that's there. Anyway. Amanda says the ones on my leg, my double-headed black mamba, and the other leg has a sugar skull with the roses for my friend that passed on. So yeah, Amanda, I saw the skull one. That's the one I saw. I might have seen the snake one, but the skull one I remember specifically. Okay. Oh, there is no. So this is how it works. There is no more draft, Amanda. There's no more draft, but you still men that turn 18 still have to sign up for it. It's still there to be signed up for, and it could any time they could bring it back, but it would cause a national outrage because of what happened during the Vietnam War. Like you had people being slaughtered left and right. Like American men were being genocided because of the Vietnam War, and there was protests because of the Vietnam War. And around that time period is when a lot of this, like the hippies and these other like counterculture movements happened. And there people were burning the teacher, the civics teacher I had. He was saying how some people burned it. And there's a certain point, like if you went to college, you wouldn't have to be drafted. Then there's another point where everybody could be drafted. Like it didn't matter if you go to college or not. Like everybody could be drafted. I don't. I don't. I have to look that up, Amanda. I don't. You get some confirmation that you're signed up for the draft, but what you're talking about, I have to look that up to give you the correct answer. Okay, no, you don't get a draft card, but registration acknowledgement cards are. Because I know that I got something, but it wasn't what you're talking about. The last time a man was drafted was in 1973. It would require an act of Congress to reinstate the draft. Most Americans over the age of 30 remember the draft card, which Selective Service used to each man at the time he registered. And it says all men, U.S. citizens, and male immigrants who are 18 through 25 are required to register with the Selective Service. For instance, I wouldn't be drafted because I'm too old. I'm 26, so it's 18 through 25. It's an acknowledgement card. Right, right. It's like a piece of paper, but it's like kind of like a card. It's like a piece of paper, but it's a card. I remember one time when I was a teenager, my grandma told me, she's like, "You gotta sign up for the selective service." I'm like, "I know." I'm like, my mom would take care of it, and she did. Oh yeah, absolutely. And also we have here this. This is the car. Like, it looks like someone's burning a new one. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, it's like this. Well, I don't wait. Yeah, that's it. That's like the new one. It's like a piece of paper, but it's a card. Absolutely, Amanda. It is scary. Now, like in my opinion, if the country was directly being threatened, and a lot of people say this about the Vietnam draft, that if the country, if the United States was being threatened, then then the draft would be okay to defend the country. But the Vietnam War was some other country somewhere in Timbuktu that, and a lot of people are saying like they wouldn't want like the Vietnam War, it had nothing to do with America, and people are getting their lives destroyed over some country way over on the other side of the world, and like they had their whole lives ahead of them. Yes, Amanda. Yes, I have mine. I have all my documents and stuff. I don't get rid of anything. Like when we're like turned 18, we're all kind of a little bit like apprehensive because it's like we would have to be drafted. And something else, like I remember you could there's this thing like that happened, that why happened, where you would be given a number, and they would have a lottery, and they would put it in like a spinning basket, and they would put out these different numbers, and if your draft number matched your birthday, you would be sent to Vietnam War. And if you were born a day earlier, you wouldn't have been drafted. How cringe is that? Oh yes, Amanda. There's conspiracies about that. Yes, that basically they were saying there's some genocide going on, and it's very similar to the Ukraine war. It's very similar to the Ukrainian war, and yes, I do believe that there is some, and they were communists. The Vietnamese are communists, and some people disagree with me with this. And I'm against communism, but like, you have to. Not every single communist country was necessarily like the other ones. Like the Cambodia was really bad, but so basically, they're talking, which communism is not good. So they're basically saying like the South Vietnamese were going to be taken over by the North Vietnamese, and they want to free them from communism. So our country went over there to try to free them from communism, but that was the thing. And yes, they probably could have exaggerated some things. And there's also what you're talking about, some lies. Yes, I saw some conspiracy theories about that. And also, allegedly, there's a lot of opium over there, so they want the opium over there. There's a lot of different things like that about that. Yes, but and it also, for instance, like Ho Chi Minh was not against the Catholics like they were saying, and he attended a Catholic church allegedly. I wasn't there, but he was still a communist though. and a dictator. But like then they'll say like, oh, he was doing this and that. So yeah, I don't support communism to those that are watching, and I'm support America. But yes, I'm sure that you, you could exaggerate certain things to get people into conflicts. Yes, Amanda, I did talk about that when I went over about the traps and stuff. Yes. It was a war we did not need to be involved in. We should have never went there. There's so many young men that never had families, that never had a life or anything. But as I said, if America was being threatened, or the incident with Nazi Germany, what they were doing, that's an exception. But this other thing I don't think was necessary, and Vietnam is still there now, and and the people there are there, and it doesn't seem like the other ones. But as I said, I'm still against communism, though. Anybody can feel free to refute me. And also with wars, they make a lot of money with wars. So that's another thing that they make money from that as well. But the main story, they're trying to stop communism from the North going into Vietnam. That's what the war was about. The North Vietnamese, they were communists, similar to like North Korea and South Korea. And I would like to go over the possible conspiracy theories about the Vietnam War. I'm going to go research that more, and in another stream I'll talk about it. But it's a righteous cause to try to save the people from being engulfed by communism, and a lot of the people from Vietnam thankfully came over here to escape communism, and because there's a lot of people that were persecuted by communist countries, so people want to live under that type of regime. And I've heard about some things about Vietnam, the prison camps and the police, of totalitarianism and stuff. So that's understood, and a lot of people came here, and that's good they came here. But like, there's this other situation going on where you have all these people in coming over here, and they didn't want them to be taken over by communism, and just so many people were killed in America. So many of the soldiers were killed that they had this situation where they ended the draft. It caused such a problem. So it's good they ended it, and I would have liked to have seen. I'm against communism, and it's good that they try to stop the spread of it. But it'd be so nice if there's more. All those Americans would have never been deleted over there, and they could have, continued their lives here peacefully, and then like get the people that don't want to be under communism, get them out of Vietnam and bring them here. As I said, if it's like if China invaded Japan or Taiwan, you could say it's maybe a little bit different. But like this Vietnam thing was a little bit. They matter. Their lives matter. But it's the circumstances and the whole thing, the political atmosphere and all, just seems kind of suspicious to me. Well, and as I said, Amanda, it's like the Ukraine conflict. It's very similar to that. Because it's like a proxy war. And Amanda, as I told you about the traps, like if I'm there, or somebody's there, God forbid, like they didn't try to delete people directly. What they did was they would try to damage and injure people. So like you would fall in this pit with a bunch of metal spikes with feces and stuff on it, and it would infect the leg, and the leg would have to be amputated. Because when they would drag all these injured soldiers away, then when you do that, it would cause their war efforts to be limited. It's basically stuff on the art of war. And the Americans didn't really know. I mean, the Americans, the terrain and all, they weren't like known about the art of war and things like that. Like, they fought the enemy, they subdued the enemy without fighting, the Vietnamese. Like, they would put all these traps and stuff there, and without even fighting the Americans, they just fall into a pit and hurt themselves. Absolutely. And the people, the Vietnamese people, they felt like the American imperialists were invading them and causing them harm, and they were trying to be the underdog against being enslaved by the alleged colonialism. Kind of like what people say today politically. It was something like that. So they thought they were protecting their homeland from the foreign invaders. And also, there's Vietnam soldiers that went back there and made peace with their former enemies. And the guy was like, the Americans said the American government wanted the war, and the soldiers didn't want to be in it. And also, the soldiers were treated very bad when they got back by like the young people, and when they would get off the planes and stuff. And it's like, you and the soldiers like didn't want to be there. It's like the politicians and stuff wanted it. And that's why it's good the Orange Man started no new wars. That's great. In spite of maybe people don't like him for this, that, and the other thing, but it's good he didn't get into any new conflicts. And also, basically, I think it's important for there to be peace if possible. And like in a recent interview, Orange Man was talking about that, like the Xi Jinping and like Putin, like the really bad. Like he said, they're not as bad as people in this country. They're trying to destroy it within. And I do think people might be right or left. We have different political opinions people may have, but there is nefarious things going on in this country, and I think on both sides. All right. So, on the 14th, yeah, shout out to him. Happy birthday to him. And so, continuing the article about, so now in the modern times, we're talking about the draft again, Amanda, and I'm going to fill you in. So far, I've discussed that they're talking about including women in the draft. And they're going to put it automatically, that men would be drafted in this. So rather than us going to the Selective Service Bureau and registering online, it would just automatically put them in there. And further reading, it says, but neither of these proposals is a done deal, and neither provides any evidence that the U.S. is secretly preparing to draft Americans to fight in the Ukraine or some other planned future war, as some online commentators alleged. So commentators have alleged that they're trying to bring back the draft, but they're not bringing back the draft. They're just kind of editing the system. But maybe they are. Maybe they are. We don't know. Maybe they are trying to do for the Ukraine war. The Ukraine war is like the Vietnam War. All right? But the problem, Amanda, the reason why they haven't brought back the draft was because of the big backlash that happened. People are losing their children and their brothers and their boyfriends, and people are outraged and protesting about it, and it tore the country apart. It was like the George Floyd incident, but on a much larger scale over a longer period of time. Like every day, it was continuing for years and years like that. And it started the counterculture hippie movement. I wasn't there. I talked like I was there because I researched it since I was a teen, because, I'm a male. So I act like, and I've seen movies and stuff from that time period, documentaries. And I watched TV shows from that era. So as I said, it seems like I was there, but I wasn't. I wasn't born yet, obviously. Last Friday, the Republican-controlled House passed a new version of the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, allowing the U.S. government to automatically pull records from other federal databases to enroll men aged 18 through 25 into the draft system. Exactly, Amanda. Exactly, Amanda. And they had it on TV, the draft lottery, and people were seeing on TV their like birthday being chosen, and people were freaking out. Like there's a story some dude was talking about that he was young and he was seeing they were watching it on TV, and he heard like the neighbor hollering about the draft because he was the person who's going to be drafted, and then these other two guys that were in the room, they knew they're going to be drafted, and like they thought it was like an act of patriotism and stuff like World War II, but the people were not really happy about going there. But like the other countries have drafts and stuff, but our country was like using the Americans as cannon fodder over. This is the Vietnam soldiers have talked. Just like the World War II veterans. There's YouTube channels that have shorts about World War II veterans, and they have shorts about World War II veterans and Vietnam veterans talking about their experiences. And it's good that they're doing that. And the Vietnam veterans are like the World War II veterans. They're like an older generation that is like the last group of their people. In a couple years, they'll all be died out. And they were talking about in the Vietnam War, they would take over a hill from the Viet Cong, and they would barricade it for a moment, and take the hill with nothing there, and then leave it and go take the same hill back over and over again for no reason. It's like they're just doing it for fun or something. But it wasn't fun. It was horrible. It wasn't like when in World War II when they took France and they took these different cities and stuff in Berlin. Well, the Soviets took the eastern part of Berlin, but when they took cities in France and Germany and Italy, and there was like success, and they both sides got rid of the enemy, the Nazis. But this situation, what they did was they would take a hill, and that's it. But they wouldn't get any headway, and you're in this vast abyssal jungle, and it's just like a waste of time. It wasn't the same thing, and you had situations where you had some people, if they were in the heat of the moment, and people just showed. Some people may have been abusive, like say nefarious people were drafted, or people that were kind of not supposed to be there were drafted, and they could have done things that were nefarious. All soldiers in Vietnam War should be, thankful for their service, all of them. But, or say that they thought there was an enemy, but it wasn't. They thought it was there's like a child coming towards them, but it was really an enemy, and they have an explosive on them, things like that, right? So they didn't know who was their enemy and who wasn't their enemy, and sometimes they would burn down different things. The news people would show this, and people at home were outraged. But as I said, they were trying to do their job, and they're trying to get rid of the enemy, and they didn't know who was the enemy. A lot of people didn't want them there in the first place. Like for instance, there's this situation where some guy, one of the generals or whoever, ordered to slaughter the whole village. For whatever reason, I don't know if they thought it was the enemy, or if they were, or other reasons, or the heat of the moment or whatever. But they say they thought it was the enemy, and then people see that, and that's why a lot of the soldiers in Vietnam had PTSD and they got back there hated. So Amanda, it's like two guys are talking, I talked to my friends in the chat. It's like we're saying, hey, how you doing? And then the person walking over to me, and some mine goes off, and they lose their leg or something. Just in an instant. And people had to live with that, and then they were hated when they got back home, and treated deplorably, and they had to hide that they were part of that. So, shout out to them, and thankful for all their service, what they did for the country. Even if they were, this country wasn't directly threatened. Still, they should be thankful for their service because they were not appreciated. Amanda says people were, I'm sure, so scared and no one wanted to leave their family. Exactly. Like, people didn't want to leave their families and leave their homes and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely, it's traumatizing in itself. And further reading the article, Men of that age are already required to enroll in the draft system in case they are ever called up on pain of criminal penalties. The new law would make it harder for them to refuse, avoiding doing so. However, this new version of the NDAA also includes controversial partisan provisions such as restricting abortion or transgender health care for military personnel and their families, meaning it's unlikely to pass by the Senate. So they're just kind of modifying their draft system. They're not necessarily drafting people, but who really knows? One narrowly failed amendment even required to restoral of a Confederate monument in Arlington National Cemetery depicting a stereotypical black mammy, which was taken down in December. Meanwhile, the Senate Armed Forces Committee has introduced its own version of the NDAA, which would make women eligible for the draft. Groundbreaking as that would be, it's also something that the Senate has repeatedly proposed over the past few years without ever managing to get it past both chambers of Congress. So they're trying to put women in the draft. Many social media posts conflated these two proposals. Or misstate their details, sometimes making the conspiratorial claims about their significance. If the Biden regime think American citizens are going to comply with a draft to fight in Ukraine, they are mistaken, said Post on X. The majority of us would rather die fighting the U.S. government than die in a trench in Ukraine, fighting a rich man's war. That's not a threat, it's a promise. Some strong statements are being made. And also, Amanda, the guy that lived in this house during that time period, he was drafted, and he was a medic. Oh, right, like Amanda. And also, as I said, it's an age bracket of 18 to 25. So take that into consideration also. But at the same time, like we're in the age category, it would be that would disqualify you for sure. And some people would like mutilate themselves so they would fail the physical exam. Some people were claiming to be gay so to get out of Vietnam War. So you had a lot of situations occur like that. Another user on TikTok falsely claimed, as of today, you don't need to worry about registering for the military draft. No, the government is going to do that automatically. My main question is, why would Congress need to pass such a law right now? We're not even at war, right? Question mark. Absolutely, Amanda. Like, some people are trying to make themselves deaf by like going to a gun in a closet and shooting a firearm to try to hurt their eardrums and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I've heard about that. Now, to fact check me, you know, like that's what I've heard. Like researching it, they allegedly people did that to avoid the war. Some people went to different countries. Like we're talking Super D. We're talking about Steve Siegel. He went to Japan and stuff like that. Which that guy, like Steve Siegel, is a little cringe, but as I said, just he went over to Japan, yeah, and like John McCain, he stayed in there even when they were being butchered. He stayed in there. I had a teacher at school, and he said if he was drafted, he would have went to the war, and that's good to serve your country and to stop the communism and all. I can understand both sides. Yes, Amanda, that's another thing. People could pretend to be deaf. I don't know if they like examine and like look in there. I don't know how it all works. And as I said, like allegedly, let's see if that even happened or not, which I believe it did happen, but I'll just say allegedly. Yeah, you could fake. That would save a lot of trouble to just to fake it. And finishing the article, the U.S. has not used military conscription since the Vietnam War, when it became a flashpoint for anti-war and anti-imperialist protests. It was most famously used during the Second World War, when more than 10 million men were drafted into the military between 1940 and 1946. The Vietnam anti-war movement was one of the most pervasive displays of opposition to government policy in modern times. Protests raged all over the country. San Francisco, New York, Oakland, and Berkeley were all demonstration hubs, especially during the height of the war in the late 60s and early 70s. Hello, Bumblebot. I would definitely attempt pretending to be deaf before I would attempt pretending to be blind. So, basically, like, if the country's directly being threatened, I think that would be okay to have a draft. But, like, a lot of people didn't want to fight the Vietnam War because it didn't directly threaten a country. But that's, like, basically arguments people have raised. Yeah, shout out to Bumblebot. Yeah, these are the protests like in the 60s. then it looks like you have some protests, Vietnam protests that are supporting this group would like be supporting the communists. Right there. And that's Che Guevara. And that's the flag of the Vietnamese communists. Our solar system could have a ninth planet, and no, it's not Pluto. I've been talking about Planet 9, Planet 10, and here's some more. It looks like an update about it. And also, after this article, I'm going to talk about the sharks. All right. There could be a ninth planet in our solar system. It's lying in wait to be discovered, and no, it's not Pluto. Our solar system has 8 planets, but in recent years, which I believe Pluto's a planet, our solar system has 8 planets, really 9. But in recent years, astronomers have theorized there could be, well, a ninth planet, which is really a 10th planet, that's hiding in our solar system we have not been able to see yet. That's because, with it being so far away from the sun, it would be dimly lit and akin to finding a needle in the haystack. Current telescopes may not be able to detect it either. Yeah, free Pluto. Pluto's a planet. However, a brand new telescope that will start looking into the skies at the marvel of our solar system in 2025 just be able to spot it if Japan's Sabaru telescope in Hawaii cannot. Expert told Science Live the new telescope, a Vera C. Rubin Observatory in Chile, could find the elusive night planet nicknamed Planet 9 in the next few years or rule it out for good. Mike Brown, an astronomer at Caltech, says it's a really difficult to explain the solar system without Planet 9, but there's no way to be 100% sure it exists until you see it. With the sun from its distance likely to look nothing more than what stars do to us on Earth, it's speculated it could be a gas or an icy giant, and it's a red planet. Apart from Pluto, which was demoted from a planet to a dwarf planet in 2006, but it's actually really a planet, no planets have been found beyond Neptune or in the Kuiper Belt, which is a massive ring of asteroids, comets, and dwarf planets that orbit the sun beyond it. It's called Nibiru, and also Planet X, Planet 10, and also X means it's a variable that they're not aware of. Like it's like an X, like they don't. It's like a missing number in an algebraic expression. Like, for instance, I'll give an example. Yeah, and also Anunnaki, the one, he was telling me that in like their in Babylonian astronomy, they talk about Nibiru. So the Babylonians figured it out a long time ago, and they have it's called like Nibiru. It's one of the gods of the ancient, the ancient people over there. And as I said, the dude, he found it, or he thought he found it, but he couldn't see it again. And then he died of a heart attack. And then another guy before him saw it. These like different astronomers. In 2004, scientists found said Sienda, a potential dwarf planet beyond the belt, had a strange orbit around the sun that hinted another large mass was gravitationally pulling it. So, like, this is how you know there's something there. There's a gravitational pull of some big planet out there. And also, there's moons orbiting something out there that it just can't really see where it is. But there's moons orbiting at, and Sedina's orbiting it too. A 2014 study found a similar object in the Kuiper Belt had an orbit similar to Sedina, and more have been found since. The Planet 9 hypothesis was published by Brown and Konstantanin I think I said it right, Constantine Baton in 2016. At the beginning, we didn't say there was a planet because we thought that was a ridiculous thing for there to be, Brown told the scientists, but we tried a lot of different things to explain what we were seeing and nothing else worked. Our best estimates are that it's about 7 times more massive than Earth. Other astronomers have reportedly said it's quite likely Planet 9 exists, but others are not convinced. And this is one of the ways I got into this alien stuff, because my friend and I, he's the one that got me into Nibiru and the aliens, and he would tell everybody about it because the orbit of Planet X, it would go by Earth and people would get upset about it. So, but when him and I were teens, the science thought it was stupid in that there is no evidence for it, no proof for it. As him and I got a little bit older, articles start coming out about it. It starts surfacing that there could be a Planet 9. And guess what? As I've gotten even older, all this stuff's coming out. So he was on the ball on that one. So that's the orbit of it, allegedly. Those are the other objects in the Kuiper Belt. And that's the object. That's Planet 9, Planet 10. And it orbits around the sun like that, eccentrically. And it's a giant planet. It's a giant red planet. They're saying it's blue, but it's a giant red planet. Oh, Amanda, it possibly can cause problems, yes. Yeah, it would cause our planet some problems. With weather. And there's theories that it's coming closer, and that's why we're having a lot of this weird weather stuff, is because of that planet going by us. So they thought there would be a national panic if the planet came towards our planet. That it could do stuff to the oceans, it could, cause our, planet some problems. So, so that's what it's speculated. That's why they kept it secret. And I'm the genius that's going out and telling everybody about it, because I think it's necessary for people to know. My buddy, and I we would go on forums like this and talk about these kind of things on these sort of forums. He would go and this is the kind of example of a forum that he would talk about. A user says researchers claim that this huge planet size of Neptune probably exists in the frozen Kuiper Belt region of our solar system. The planet has not yet been located. Yeah, that's Earth, and that's the other planet. It's huge. It could we're like a little pinball. So you see the size difference right there, Amanda, and it would be way way bigger than Earth, like 10 times the size of Earth. I know, but exactly, worrying and freaking out doesn't do anything. The evidence for the claim is that 6 of the most distant known Kuiper Belt objects have orbits that line up with the way it would only happen up in a way that would only happen if the gravity of massive unknown planet were pulling them. So this is for my buddy codenamed Douglas. I'll tell him again when I talk to him again some more scientific details about this planet, and for some of the skeptics out there, the evidence for the claim is that 6 of the most distant known Kuiper Belt objects have orbits that line up in a way that would only happen if the gravity of massive unknown planet were pulling on them. So these other objects out there are pulling on something that they can't see, but it's there. It's pulling on them. The researchers predict that Planet Nine's gravity would cause another set of Kuiper Belt objects to be forced into orbits perpendicular to Planet Nine's orbit. Green ellipsis. 5 objects have already been discovered that fit this condition precisely. A small in the post of the person says a small backyard telescope probably won't be of much use unless Planet 9 was within its orbit close to the sun to only really get a chance to someone finding it with a backyard telescope. Is it of occults a star and dims it as an amateur astronomer? With our limited scopes, we will not be able to see it directly, just as the possibility of its passing against the greater sky. So don't try to see it, instead look for it blocking something else. Again, this is going to take some time, and also instead of Planet 9 being 10 sometimes, the size of Earth is about 6 times the size. It's around 6 times the size of Earth, and at least projections by Mike Brown and Caltech, which I guess make Planet 9 3 less than it was before. Right. So, and it could it have to do with the apocalypse in the Bible? Like, could it come during that era? could have had something to do with it. You know, it's possible. Like, this is some example. And I don't know if it would directly hit our planet, and trusting God that He would protect our planet from getting hit by this thing. But basically, allegedly, it would, you know, not necessarily collide with our planet, but orbit past it or whatever. Yeah. Amanda, him and I discussed that it would have. This is a classic conspiracy theory. It could have reptilian things on it. This was back in 4th grade. I don't know if you would agree with that now. And as we know, a lot of these lizard aliens and stuff appear on Earth, and they're like watchers and stuff, in my opinion. But yes, there's probably aliens on it. Some sort of life form on it, in my opinion. Sometimes I thought I was seeing Planet 9. Sometimes I would, because I don't always believe that they don't know where it is or they didn't find it. So sometimes I would think I would see a faint planet, and I'm an amateur. About this stuff. I do want to learn more about astronomy. I'm amateur. There is some planet that wasn't probably Nibiru, but I thought sometimes I would see a planet that was kind of distant, that would probably be that one, and would like come here and there. Like I would see it and it would disappear. And also, I think that, in my opinion, they do know where it is and they have seen it before, but they're hiding the details until later. That's one of the theories I had. So you could be seeing it in the sky right now and not know it. New dwarf planet may point to the way of Planet X. The orbit of a dwarf planet known as a as the Goblin planet has been confirmed. First spotted in 2015 using Japan's Sabaru telescope, the planet is estimated to be 186 miles wide and spherical. Scientists do not know a lot about this new dwarf planet. It took 3 years to just confirm its orbit. They still don't know what it's made of or even color of the surface. This is mostly because of how far away the planet is from Earth, which is currently way beyond Pluto. I agree, Amanda. I agree. The Goblin, also known as 2015 TJ387, has an elongated orbit, which means that at closest it comes to about 65 AU from the Sun, and at its furthest it is about 2,300 AU from the Sun. Pluto is about 49.3 AU from the Sun. Oh, stranded. I mean, Amanda, they found the Goblin. Yeah, they found the Goblin planet, but they're not Planet 9 yet. It was the Goblin planet. The Goblin, also known as 20. I just want to clarify that. AU from the Sun, and its furthest is about 2,300 AU from the Sun. Pluto is about 49-3 AU from the Sun. Its furthest. It takes about 40,000 40,000 years for Goblin to make its way around the Sun. Yeah, and they were saying Nibiru would take a couple thousand years to come by the Sun as well. Right now, the Goblin was about 80 AU from the Sun when it was discovered, which is close enough for scientists to learn about its orbit and very little else. Hopefully, we will be learning more about this new dwarf planet as time goes on. For now, there is more things that make this planet so interesting. This dwarf planet is part of a group of 3 that are proving evidence, a theory about an undiscovered planet in our solar system. Me too, Amanda. We're going to do some more research on it. Hopefully, we will be learning more about this new dwarf planet as time goes on. As for now, there is one more thing that makes this planet so interesting. The dwarf planet is part of a group of 3 that are providing evidence to a theory about an undiscovered planet in the solar system. You see? You see? I was right. And Douglas was right. The undiscovered planet, 3 dwarf planets named the Goblin, Sedina, and 2012-VP13 all have elongated orbits, and those orbits are all pointed out in the same area of space in a solar system where we have 8 other planets that have more circular orbits about the Sun. This is an odd thing to find, which means that there might be another large object out there that caused these dwarf planets to behave like this. The theory is that there is another planet roughly 10 times the size of Earth that orbits about 600 to 1,000 AU away from the Sun. This object is commonly referred to as Planet X. This new information backs the idea that it exists. That being said, it still doesn't prove that there is another planet out there. So far, all we have is a theory that fits the fact. The Goblin designated 2015 TJ387 886 mile in distance. First spotted October 2015, orbits 65 AU to 2,300 AU, 40,000 year orbit. It has 2 dwarf planet companions, 2012 VP 113 and the relatively bright Sedina. Planet X, 10 times the size of Earth. You see, I was right. It's not 6 times, it's 10 times the size of Earth. There you go, Amanda. It just seems like I just know everything about these things. But I could always learn more. Orbit of 600 AU on average could be 1,000 AU. Scientists estimate that Planet X's existence is an 85% certainty. Alright, so I'm going to go on a detour here and look at the Goblin planet. Let's look at Goblin. Look, it's Goblin. So cool. Exactly, Amanda. And my friend and his dad used to talk about this, and that God told his dad about that the planet was real, like an angelic revelation about it. And it seems that his dad was right about it. And also, all these planets. So, Amanda, the refuge. So, to refute people that say this planet isn't real, all these dwarf planets out there are aligning by something way out there. They're orbiting. Something is pulling them to match its orbit. That's how you can tell that it's there, because there's science and evidence and proof that it's there. It didn't explode. It isn't the Kuiper Belt itself. The planet really is real, and all these other planets are orbiting it. Okay, here's a diagram. So you see this? We're going to give you a better example. Alright, so can this be visible? Not really. Alright, so we see right here. I'm going to take myself out. Alright, I took myself out. We see that's Sedina, and that's the one in 2012, and that little tiny circle on the top left is our solar system. And this thing that says 2015 TG rather, that is where it's located, right there. You have Sedina, and it's way past Sedina, right there. Alright. It's an extreme trans-Neptunian object. Whoa! Oh, okay. Look at this. This, Amanda, I'm just learning that these are all the objects out there. That looks so cool. Those are all the... There's objects beyond Neptune, and there's extreme objects beyond Neptune. Sedina is a dwarf planet that was discovered a little while back. So it's a dwarf planet that's in that, by that Kuiper Belt, by the objects beyond Neptune. Yeah, facts. Sedinoids. Among extreme trans-Neptunian objects are sedinoids. No, it's sednoids, not sedinoids. A sedenoid is a trans-Neptunian object with a large semi-major axis and a hyperhelial perihelion, similar to the orbit of a dwarf planet, Sedina. Four objects with an outstanding highly perihelion Sedina, which Sedina is a dwarf planet in the outmost reaches of the solar system, orbiting the sun beyond orbit of Neptune. Discovered in 2003. It was discovered in 2003. 21 years ago. The planetoid's surface is one of the reddest known among the solar system bodies. Spectroscopy has revealed Sedina's surface is of the reddest known among the solar system. So it has a really red planet. I remember when I was talking to my friend one night, and I sent him a picture of something I thought was Planet 9, Planet 10, and he was like, "That's it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I thought it was it." Because the reason why I thought that was, I think that they're hiding, that it's there and they're hiding it. Like, they're saying it's not there, but it is there. That's really cool right there. Am I sure it's not pink? You know, I have to say that we may need to do some investigations on that. It might be pink. You know, telescopes could be wrong about the color. It's so far away. The Goblin, also known as 2015 TG387, is about 80 astronomical units AU from the Sun. Pluto is 34. So it's quite far out there. It's about 2.5 times farther away from the Sun as Pluto right now. Hey, it's all good, Amanda. It's all good. Amanda, the Goblin is the nickname given to a dwarf planet in our solar system. So it's just a nickname they gave it. I don't know why they named it that way. It doesn't really say, but it was a nickname for it. Hmm. What is this? This is a 1951 film about the man from Planet X. The weirdest visitor the Earth has seen. That's interesting. Maybe that's a sign that there is planet. That was in 1951. Yes, it's a movie. Yep. The man from Planet X. I'm gonna watch that. Not that I know of. I could look it up. Doesn't really say anything about Planet X for The Simpsons. Simpsons is a good show, by the way. When did that start? Yeah, movie night. Facts. Simpsons started in 1989. I like watching The Simpsons. That was a funny program. I have two comic books from The Simpsons. I read them back in 2008 when I was a kid. I remember reading them. And also around that time, that's when I saw Home Alone with and Trump was in it. There you go, Amanda. I would say that information is maybe the Simpsons are too scared to talk about it, or it's so classified. This is a joke, or it's so classified that they weren't even given the files. But yeah, but there you go, Amanda. We wouldn't have to worry about the planet coming by us. Okay, Amanda, I understand. All right, so what I'm doing is we're going to be talking about the tiger shark. Yes, the Simpsons are still in season. So in 2025, it's still going to be there. Yeah, this is the tiger shark. Yeah, very pretty, and it has like tiger prints on it, like a cat. It's the longest animated series in America. Oh, absolutely. The tiger shark is a species of ground shark and the only extent extent member of the genus is Galeocerdo in the family of Galeocerdonidae. It is the large it is a large macro predator with females capable of attaining a length of over 5 meters, 16 feet, 5 inches. Populations are found in many tropical and temperate waters, especially around the central Pacific islands. Its name derives from the dark stripes down its body, which resemble a tiger's pattern, but fade as a shark matures. The tiger shark is solitary, mostly nocturnal hunter. It is notable for having the widest food spectrum of all sharks, with a range of prey that includes crustaceans, fish, seals, birds, squid, turtles, sea snakes, dolphins, and even other smaller sharks. It also has a reputation of garbage eater, consuming a variety of unedible man-made objects that linger in its stomach. Tiger sharks have only one recorded natural predator, the orca. It is considered a near threatened species because finding and fishing by humans. Shark finning. Okay, it's finning, not fining. I was being goofy for a second. It's finning. It's like they removed the shark's fins. Cringe. That's so evil. Like they'll take off the fins and put it back in the ocean. That's evil. The tiger shark is a second only to the great white in record fatal attacks on humans, but these events are still exceedingly rare. Shark lives matter. Taxonomy. The shark was first described by Perron and Ligier in 1822 and was given the name Squalus cuvier. Mueller and Henley in 1837 renamed the Galliocerdo tigrinus. The genus Gallicerdo is derived from the Greek gallios, which means shark, and cerdo, which is the word for fox. Colloquially called the man-eater shark. Okay, I'm about to give the answer. Because they have a high monetary and cultural value, they are used in a popular dish called the shark fin soup. It's a symbol of status in Chinese culture. I agree. It's really evil to do that to them. Yeah, it is awful, evil, and awful. The tiger shark is a member of the order of Carcher infirmos, the most the most species rich order of sharks, with more than 270 species, also including the small cat sharks and hammerhead sharks. Members of this order are characterized by presence of nictitating membrane, nictitating membrane over the eyes, two dorsal fins, an anal fin, and five gill slits. It is the largest member of the order, commonly referred to as ground sharks. It is the only extant member of the Galiocerdo, the only member of the family of Galiocerdoidae. The oldest remains of Galiocerdo extend back to Eocene epoch. Epoch rather. While the oldest fossils of the modern tiger shark date to the middle Miocene, around 13.8 million years ago. So this is the range where you see the dark blue. That's the range where they have these sharks. In Africa and the Caribbean, the Pacific. It's pretty cool. The tiger shark commonly attains adult length of 3.5 to 4.7 meters, 11 feet, 6 inches to 15.5 inches, and weighs between 300 and 900 kilograms, 2,000 pounds. The International Game Fish Association's all trackle records is 8, 10 kilograms, 1,790 pounds. And females are the larger sex. Mature females are often 3.7 meters, 12 feet, while mature males rarely get that large. Especially large females reportedly can measure over 16 feet, and larger males are 13 feet. Weights of particularly large female tiger sharks can exceed 1,300 kilograms. One pregnant female caught and off of Australia reportedly measured 5.5 meters, 18 feet long, weighed 1,500 to 330, no, 3,360 pounds. Even larger unconfirmed catches have been claimed. Some papers have accepted a record of an exceptional 7.4 meter, 3,110 kilograms, 6,800 tiger shark. But since this is far larger than any scientifically observed specimen, verification would be needed. In 2019, the study suggested that the Pilocene tiger shark could have reached 8 meters, 26 feet, and a maximum length. There is a variation in the speed of growth rates. The juvenile tiger shark, depending on the region they inhabit, with some growing close to twice as fast as others. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to be careful if I went down there to see my sister. Among the largest extent sharks, the tiger shark ranks average size only behind the whale shark. The basking shark and great white shark, this makes it the second largest predatory shark after the great white. Some other species such as megamouth sharks, Pacific sleeper sharks, Greenland sharks, and blunt-nose six-gill sharks. Interesting. Right. Broadly overlapped in size the tiger shark, but as these species are comparatively poorly studied, whether their typical mature size matches that of the tiger shark is unclear. The great hammerhead a member of the same taxonomic order as a tiger shark, has a similar or even greater average body length, but is lighter and less bulky, with a maximum known weight coming from a heavy pregnant 4.4 meter, 14-foot long individual at 580 kilograms, 1,280 pounds. Tiger shark teeth are unique, with a very sharp, pronounced serotones, no, serotones, an unmaskable and unmistakable sideways pointing tip. Such dentations has developed to slice through flesh, bone, and other tough substances, such as turtle shells. Like most sharks, its teeth are continually replaced by rows of new teeth throughout the shark's life. Relative to the shark size, tiger shark teeth are considerably shorter than those of a great white shark, but they are nearly as broad as a root as the great white's teeth, and are arguably better suited to slicing through hard surface prey. A tiger shark generally has long fins to provide lift as a shark maneuvers through water, while the long upper tail provides bursts of speed. The tiger shark normally swims using small body movements. Yeah, facts. Facts, Amanda. This is the jaws. Yeah, teeth are very cool. Extremely fascinating. Yeah, shout out to the tiger shark. I love the beach sand underwater. The beach sand is so cool. Yeah, this is a juvenile shark in the Bahamas. A tiger shark. Like where we do the pirate game at, this is the real place. That's a good question. Let's go consult Google. Oh, it says that. Now, Amanda, was your question why great whites not really a threat to tiger sharks? But great whites sharks are the only animals capable of eating an adult tiger shark. But overfishing, unfortunately, tiger sharks are regularly hunted by humans. So overfishing is the threat to them than the sharks. But the sharks, a great white every single time. But I'll see, do great whites attack the other sharks? Okay, so to answer your question, Amanda, great white sharks generally prefer to eat marine mammals, such as seals, sea lions. It would be rare for them to eat a tiger shark, to answer your question. Right. The tiger shark is often found close to the coast, mainly tropical and subtropical waters throughout the world. Its behavior is primarily nomadic, but it's guided by warmer currents. It stays closer to the equator throughout the colder months. It tends to stay deep in the waters that line reefs, but it does move into channels to pursue prey in shallower waters in the western Pacific Ocean. The shark has been found as far north as Japan, and as far as New Zealand. It has also been recorded in the Mediterranean Sea, but rarely off Malaga, Spain, Sicily, and Italy and Libya. You're welcome, Amanda. It is 3:14. Awesome. Tiger sharks can be seen in the Gulf of Mexico, North American beaches, and parts of South America. It is also commonly observed in the Caribbean Sea. Other locations where tiger sharks are seen include Africa, China, India, Australia, and Indonesia. Certain tiger sharks have been recorded at depths just shy of 9 meters, 3,000 feet. Yeah, pie time. The tiger shark is an apex predator and has reputation for eating almost anything. These predators swim close inland to eat at night and during the day swim out into deeper waters. Young tiger sharks are found feeding largely on small fish as well as various small jellyfish and mollusks, including cephalopods. Around the time they attend 2.3 meters, 7.5 feet, are near sexual maturity. Yeah. Their selection expands considerably, and much larger animals becoming regular prey. Numerous fish, crustaceans, seabirds, sea snakes. I didn't even know there were sea snakes. Marine mammals, seabirds, common dolphins, spotted dolphins, dugongs, seals, sea lions, sea turtles, the leatherback, the loggerhead, and the green sea turtle are regularly eaten by adult tiger sharks. In fact, adult sea turtles have been found up to 20.8% study tiger sharks' stomachs indicate somewhat of dietary preference for sea turtles where they are commonly encountered. They also eat other sharks, including sandbar sharks, as well as rays, and even sometimes eat each other. They eat tiger sharks. All right. Their autonomy is pretty similar to the other snakes. They just spend more time in fresh water. Okay, so their autonomy, so the water snake and the sea snake, their autonomy is pretty similar to other snakes. They just spend more time in the fresh water and prey on things like fish and frogs. Sea snakes spend their whole lives in the ocean. Okay, so sea snakes spend their time in the ocean, and the other one spends time in fresh water. Except for the sea crats, most sea snakes can't even move on land and give birth to live young. So the sea snakes can't move on land or give life to live young. That's very cool. And you got this snake, and he just going underwater like he don't care. He's just chilling. Like, hold on a second. You could see it, Amanda. See, he's just chilling. That's so cool. Yeah, facts, Amanda. The broad, heavily classified jaws, nearly terminal mouth combined with robust serrated teeth enable a tiger shark to take on these large prey. In addition, excellent eyesight and acute sense of smell enable it to react to faint traces of blood and follow them to the source. The ability to pick up low frequency pressure waves enables the shark to advance towards the animal. The excellent eyesight and the acute sense of smell enable it to react to faint traces of blood and follow them to the source. The ability to pick up low frequency pressure waves enables the shark to advance toward an animal with confidence, even in murky water. The shark circles its prey and studies it by prodding it with a snout. When attacking, the shark often eats its prey whole, although larger prey are often eaten gradual, large bites and finished over time. It is, Amanda. I did not know that either. That is scary. I didn't know that myself. Notably, terrestrial mammals, including horses, goats, sheep, and dogs, and the other critters, are fairly commonly found in stomachs of tiger sharks around the coasts of Hawaii. In one case, remains of two flying foxes were found in the stomach of the shark because of its aggressive, indiscriminate feeding cycle. It often mistakenly eats unedible objects such as automobile license plate, oil, cans, tires, and baseballs. It's like a goat. Due to their habits of eating essentially anything, tiger sharks are often referred to as the garbage can of the sea. So they're like possums of the sea. Predation by orcas. Tiger sharks are preyed by orcas. Orcas have been recorded hunting and killing tiger sharks by holding them upside down to induce tonic immobility in order to drown the shark. The orcas bite off the shark's fins before disemboweling and devouring it. Yeah, good comparison. Swimming efficiently in stealth, alt tiger sharks generally swim slowly, which combined with two cryptic correlation may make them difficult for prey to detect. In some habitats, they are especially well camouflaged against dark backgrounds. Despite their sluggish appearance, tiger sharks are one of the strongest swimmers of the charhinid sharks. Once the shark has come close, a speed burst always allows it to reach the intended prey before it can escape. Orcas are smart. Facts. And it's poached a lot. Although sharks rarely bite humans, the tiger shark is reportedly be responsible for a large share of fatal shark bite incidents and is regarded as one of the most dangerous shark species. They are often visited shallow reefs and harbors and canals, creating potential encounter with humans. Tiger sharks also dwell in river mouths and other runoff rich water, while it ranks second in the lists of numbers of record shark attacks on humans behind only the great white sharks. Such attacks are few and very seldom fatal. Typically, 3 to 4 shark bites occur per year in Hawaii. One notable survivor of such an attack is surfing champion Beth Bethany Hamilton. I think they made a movie about her. Yep, yeah, it's she was in the. They made a movie about her. So Amanda, she was this famous surfer, and she lost her left arm in a shark attack. It just bit the arm off. Who lost her left arm at age 13 to a tiger shark in 2003. This bite rate is very low, considering that thousands of people swim, surf, and dive in Hawaiian waters every day. Human interactions with tiger sharks in Hawaii waters have been shown to increase between September and November, when tiger shark females are believed to migrate to the island to give birth. This is a tiger shark being fed at an aquarium. Nice blue water. And Amanda, like the thing that makes your eyes blue and it gives me the greenness in my part, in my eye, it's the rayleigh. It's the same thing that makes this blue, the water blue. It's the same thing that makes eye color blue. Yes, Amanda, amen. Absolutely. It's good she survived it. It's a very inspirational story, by the way. You didn't know that? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. On 8 June 2023, a tiger shark attacked and deleted a 23-year-old Russian man in the Red Sea, off the coast of Egypt, of the Egyptian city of Hurghada. The attack was filmed by onlookers and recording went viral. The shark was later captured by fishermen and killed. This was the third fatal tiger shark attack in the area since 2022. Between 1959 and 2000, 4,668 sharks were culled in an effort to protect tourism industry. Amanda, they were feeding it with like I think they get like a it's a stick with like a hand on it, and you pull a lever, and it picks up something and it drops it in there. I think that's what they used. And then we have the culling as a process of segregating organisms from a group according to desired or undesired characteristics. So sharks were culled in an effort to protect the tourism industry, despite damaging the sharks. population, these efforts were shown to be ineffective in decreasing the number of interactions between humans and tiger sharks. Feeding sharks in Hawaii, except traditional Hawaiian cultural religious practice, is illegal. And interaction with them, such as cage diving, is discouraged. South African shark behavioralist and shark diver Mark Addison demonstrated divers could interact and dive with them outside the shark cage in 2007 Discovery Channel special. The underwater photographer Fiona Arias swam with them in the Bahamas at the Tiger Shark Beach off the Grand Bahama, uncaged diving with the and even handling them female. Wow, we made to the bottom of the page. Wow. I didn't see that coming. Alright. The tiger sharks are considered to be sacred Aumakua ancestor spirits by some native Hawaiians. The tiger shark possesses a unique significance as Aumakua, referred as family guardians in Hawaiian culture. The tiger shark regarded as an intelligent, highly perceptive spiritual entity, assumes the role of the messenger, bringing the gap between humans and the divine. In Hawaii, the belief system, the Aumakua, take on various forms, either animals, objects, representing ancestral connections and manifestations of departed family members. This perspective underscores the intricate web of the interdependence among plants, animals, elements, and humans, underscoring the imperative to honor the coexistence of harmoniously white nature. Harmoniously with nature, not white nature. I know, a lot of attacks there. Amanda says, I wonder, I would never cage dive. You couldn't pay me to do that. Absolutely, I understand. Amanda says, what sharks are you going to do for next time? Tiger sharks are badass. Facts. Okay, it's going to be the hammerhead. Hey Billy, good to see you. Good morning, Billy. I'm about to end it. But I'm glad you're able to come tell us hello. Or good morning, rather. Yeah, so this is the markings on the shark. As I said, it looks just like a tiger. That face is hilarious. Wow, it's like it's like cringe. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so we're just like looking at them real quick. We're looking at some of the great whites. I mean, Goofy. It's the tiger shark. It's very cool markings. It's so interesting that it looks like a tiger. I wonder what that's about. That's interesting. Thanks, Amanda. Those teeth are gnarly. That thing, some gnarly teeth. Really cool. All right. Yeah. Shout out to the sharks. All right. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, missed the spaceship birthday party. Oh, Billy, what's happening is I'm talking about sharks. I don't know when Shark Week is, like on the Discovery Channel, but the past few streams, I've been having like my own shark marathon. It has been. So I'm having my own like shark marathon, but it's in tribute to the Shark Week that's going to come soon. Yes, those are real shark, Amanda. On July 7th, on Sunday, Shark Week starts. So it's shark. Like this summer, I'll be talking about the sharks. Before, Billy, some other streams, I was talking about the abyssal fish again, and now I'm talking about the sharks. Hope you've been doing well today, Billy. Hope your day's been going well. All right. Yeah, so we talked about, in spite of the little technical glitch I had because I was on the wrong network that didn't give off the right signal, we talked about the sharks. I talked about steel and the trial rants and the news and different things like that. So I'm glad we got all that stuff done. All right. And yeah, Billy, I love Shark Week. So you met another one. That's pretty cool. When I was a kid, I watched the Shark Week. And also, I like watching Dirty Jobs and the Mythbusters and stuff. And remember, like during Mardi Gras, I used to watch Discovery Channel when I would go to my grandparents' house on Mardi Gras. And also, so yeah, I like Shark Week. I really think it's cool, and I'm like continuing that tradition. It's not necessarily Shark Week; it's a Shark era. It's a Shark time in the summer. I'm talking about that for a little bit, so I'm having my own version of it. Yeah, fact. Shout out to Shark Week. That's funny, Billy. All right, so y'all have a great week, a great weekend, and we'll see you all on the streams next time. And I have some cool videos and stuff coming out. And y'all have a good night. So we saying the final thoughts before we go. All right. And check this real quick. Okay. Thanks. All right. All right. Peace.